we're gonna, no. All right. All right, thank you, everyone. I think we are at the time. We do have 4 board members, and we're gonna, you can step in, huh? All right, we're gonna go ahead and begin our meeting, call our meeting to order, and we will have our pledge of allegiance from Mr. Tillman.
Please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will now move to 1.3, approval of the agenda.
So move.
It's been moved and properly second.
Madam President, I have a number of items that the staff would like to actually delete, so
All right.
pull, but not revisit
All
on the
right.
agenda, and I'll read those out. Follows, we will pull item 5.1. We're going to postpone that to a future meeting.
Okay.
We're going to pull item, these are next are consent items. 11.16, course of study with D. Hankins. Pull that, bring it back at a future meeting. We'll be pulling item 11.18, extended trip with California Highway Patrol. We'll bring that back at a future time.
All right.
Pulling item 11.26, business and in-service HOSA Future Health Professional State Leadership Conference. It's having been postponed. Item 11.34, agreement with Historic Mission Inn Corporation being pulled as that event will be postponed. Item 11.40, extended field trip, National Speech and Debate Association Southern California District Tournament. That event's been postponed, so we're pulling that item. And those are all the items that staff needs to take off this agenda.
All right. Any other discussion or any items to pull? All right. Then we'll go ahead and vote. I believe Dr. Wyatt will have to do verbal.
Didn't come up.
Right, motion carried. Thank you. We're now moving down to item 1.4. This is an inspirational message from Superintendent Dale Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. So I thought tonight, since this is my last meeting with you, no one anticipated it would be
Shebang, huh?
like this, but here we are. I do want to share something first regarding coronavirus, and then I want to share some comments as my last comments as superintendent for San Bernardino City. First, this is from C.S. Lewis, and it's on coronavirus. And so where I read out the words atomic bomb, you'll insert coronavirus. And so I want to read it to you because it says it's now clear that COVID-19 is a deadly, serious global pandemic, and all necessary precautions should be taken, which I agree with. We need to prepare, be prepared as we are, and be ready. Still, C.S. Lewis's words written 72 years ago ring with some relevance for us. Just replace atomic bomb with coronavirus as I read this. In one way, we think a great deal too much about the atomic bomb. How are we to live in atomic age? I'm tempted to reply, why, as you would have lived in the 16th century when the plague visited London almost every year, or as you would have lived in a Viking age when raiders from Scandinavia might land and cut your throat any night, or indeed as you are already living in an age of cancer, an age of syphilis, an age of paralysis, an age of air raids, an age of railway accidents, an age of motor accidents. In other words, do not let us begin by exaggerating the novelty of our situation. Believe me, dear sir or madam, you and all whom you love were already sentenced to death before the atomic bomb was invented, and quite a high percentage of us
were going to die in unpleasant ways. We had indeed one very great advantage over our ancestors, anesthetics, but we have that still. It is perfectly ridiculous to go about whimpering and drawing long faces because the scientists have added one more chance of painful and premature death to a world which already bristled with such chances, and in which death itself was not a chance at all, but a certainty. This is the first point to be made, and the first action to be taken is to pull ourselves together. If we're all going to be destroyed by an atomic bomb, or in this case, coronavirus, let that bomb, when it comes, find us doing sensible and human things. Praying, working, teaching, reading, listening to music, bathing the children, playing tennis, chatting to our friends over a pint and a game of darts, not huddled together like frightened sheep and thinking about bombs. They may break our bodies, a microbe can do that, but they need not dominate our minds. So I just want to remind us in our time that's ahead for us now, let's keep our heads and continue to do the work that we do and the way that we do, and be kind as we go about it. I want to share just some parting comments. One, this is my last board meeting with you. We've certainly shared some fascinating experiences together, including our present dilemma with coronavirus. But we've managed our former crises well with both compassion and care, and I know we'll do the same here. When I started with San Bernardino City, my children were 18, 16, 14, and 11. Two subsequently successfully, I could underscore, graduated from Cajon High School. Their ages now are nearing 26, 24, 22, and 18. And my wife Lori and I are heading into our 30th anniversary. It has been my and my family's greatest pleasure to serve with you, this community. We love this community. As you know, I've mentioned before, we plan to continue to live here and be a very active part of this city and of this entire region. And I want to thank our entire board. I want to thank our community, our cabinet, and all of our 8,000 employees, 50,000 students for their confidence in me to do the job. I've operated best with a great level of support and autonomy, and you have certainly provided me both. I will always treasure my experiences here. I've learned so much. I'm so proud of our entire San Bernardino City Unified team continuously believing we could be better, and now seeing we are better is such a wonderful gift. I've taught my children to leave a place better than you find it. I'm truly a grateful man and hope that we've done that here. And I look forward to what might lie ahead, and will always, and SBCUSD will always have my heart and be in my DNA. You will remain in our prayers, and we will continue to be this district's greatest cheerleaders and champions. I have every confidence great things are in store for the future ahead. So I just want to thank you, thank this board. It's been such an absolute pleasure to work with you and my cabinet team. I have not met such a more competent, capable, and compassionate team of people willing to serve this community. So thank you so much. It's been a pleasure, and my best wishes and prayers with all of you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marsden, and we will, as we make our comments, we will share out later. I also want to, as you know, and those of you who may be watching from television will see that we're a little spaced out today, and not in that spaced out way, spatial, due to the directives that we are under the guidelines of ensuring that we recognize that the social space requires us to have distance between us for the safety of each and every person that is here in this room. I have a couple of things that I do need to read at this time. This first one comes from Dr. Margaret Hill. To the community members, parents, students, and San Bernardino City Unified School District staff members, it is with much disgust that I cannot be at tonight's meeting. But with my medical situation, I know it is not good for me to be there. I will be following the meeting via live streaming, so please forgive me. The message I would like to share with you comes from Rabbi Kanevsky. Every hand that we don't shake must become a phone call that we place. Every embrace that we avoid must become a verbal expression of warmth and concern. Every inch and every foot that we physically place between ourselves and another must become a thought as to how we might be of help to others should the need arise. Let's stay safe and let's draw one another closer in a way that we've never done before. I'm blessed to be a servant for you and with all of you. Dr. Margaret Hill. And she's watching tonight, so thank you for that, Dr. Hill. I also additionally want to add, beginning with a quote by Flora Edwards, "In helping others, we shall help ourselves, for whatever good we give out completes the circle and comes back to us." This has been a very trying week for everyone, although we never thought we would never be here, but nevertheless we are. While many of us have had to make personal adjustments such as bringing children home and paying close attention to our elderly family members, which these sacrifices often go unnoticed because as leaders you're expected to just get the job done. Many of you may or may not know that Dr. Marsden, Dr. Volkemer, and all of the assistant superintendents, administrators, teachers, and staff came together to plan a meeting on Sunday that would activate the plan that has been in place within a 24-hour span. In an effort of support on behalf of the board to assist, I also had a chance to visit Jones and witness Principal Sims and her staff responding with excellence. I also visited the HR purchasing and a very important department, payroll, as they were working to make sure that everyone received their pay. So again, on behalf of the Board of Education, I wish to commend every employee for their patience during this uncertainty, which has not gone unnoticed. Thank you, and God bless you all. At this time, we will now move to 2.1, Resolution in Recognition of Adult Education Week. Dr. Flores, you read that? 2.1.
Thank you, Madam President. Resolution in recognition of Adult Education Week. Whereas the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District acknowledges the contributions and vital role the Inland Career Education Center plays in the development of a well-educated and skilled workforce. And whereas the board joins others in California in recognizing April 13th through 17th, 2020 as Adult Education Week. And whereas ICEC provides educational support to those completing their high school equivalency requirements and individuals seeking career changes or skill development through career and technical training. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District joins others in the state in recognizing April 13th through 17th, 2020 as Adult Education Week. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. If there's no discussion, let's vote.
I would like to say something. When we were in dire straits, and we were cutting and cutting and cutting, we are the only district in the area that did not get rid of our adult education. Well, I commend our board for not doing that because of who we are. And as a board, we chose and voted not to shut our doors. And because of that, many of our people in our community have been trained, have received their fees, have gone to workforce. So I just like everyone to know that.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. All right, if there are no other comments, so let's vote. Thank you. Motion carried. Item 2.1, Ms. Rosales Medina, would you read 2.2?
Point two, yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Whereas Cesar let me read it from the top. It is resolution in recognition of Cesar E. Chavez. Whereas Cesar E. Chavez, a Mexican-American labor leader in California, was a heroic figure of the 20th century who led a movement dedicated to improving the lives of farm workers. And whereas the Board of Education recognizes contributions made by Cesar E. Chavez and named a middle school in honor of this great man, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino Unified School Districts hereby recognizes the many contributions and accomplishments of Cesar E. Chavez and encourages all school districts to conduct appropriate activities in observance of his birthday on March 31st. Moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion or comments? Let's vote. You need, Mr. Tillman, did yours go through?
No, it's not on here. Didn't pop up. Never got prompted to vote.
Voice vote?
Vote aye. Madam President,
Yes.
do we have an agenda? I don't think we do. On the item to discuss, the latest stuff about the closure from the governor?
On here, not on the agenda, but I'm sure Dr. Volkermer can give some input later on,
Is it
particular.
report what the governor just said that parents and students should not expect schools in the state?
Okay, so motion carried, I'm sorry.
Madam President, Danny, can you speak up?
Yeah,
Couldn't hear you.
I think we should agenda it because it says the governor's made a statement saying parents and students should not expect schools in the state,
Oh, you're talking about the current,
98% of which have
This came
closed to
through.
reopen by summer break.
yeah,
something we should
Dr.
discuss.
Volkermer, I spoke to him earlier about that recently coming through, and he can
Says
comment on that.
parents and students should not expect schools in the state.
So
8.8%.
we'll have him address that later on in the
Reopen
agenda.
before summer break.
All right, so I'm going to move on to item 2.3. We're at the special recognition.
Will the board please join us up front?
You're not going to shake hands, right?
I'm being told that you should not come forward. You should remain where you're seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today as we honor a partnership with a local organization that is truly making hope happen for our students. Before I call our honorees forward, let me share a little bit about why we are recognizing their work. As you know, Strategy 5 of our Community Engagement Plan focuses on developing a network of alliances and resources with the goal of promoting success for all students. One key alliance is helping district high school students put their best foot forward in job and scholarship interviews by providing them with professional attire at no cost. Located on the Pacific High School campus, Revolution Threads, also known as Threads Closet, provides free career attire to any high school student in the district who needs it. Threads specializes in providing a shopping experience to students. Scheduled by appointment only, referred students are accompanied by a personal shopping assistant and can select 3 days of everyday wear as well as specialty items like prom dresses or interview attire. Hundreds of students are seen at Threads each year. It is our pleasure to recognize the work of Threads by presenting them with the prestigious Making Hope Happen Award. At this time, I would like to invite our Threads representatives to please come forward when your name is called. Edie Elliott. Jason Evans. Jamie Kovich. and Kelly Volkamer. Audience, please give Threads and its members a big SBCUSD round of applause for making hope happen for students.
And I just want to say, you really should give an extra applause to Miss Jamie because she is tenacious about making sure they get funny. So thank you for your hard work.
Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you, and that concludes our recognitions for tonight.
Thank you again so much. That is a really important part of our students' needs that are met, and we've seen it. It's stellar. It's not your regular clothes closet. So thank you again.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Thank you so much.
we're at item 3.2, adjourning to closed session. So we shall return shortly. Yes. You are? All right, great. We have 4 board members back. We have a quorum. And thank you for your patience. Have returned. And now we are at item 4.1, which is CI 19-20-03. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves settlement agreement number CI 19-20-03 in the amount of $11,750. I need a motion.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. If there's no discussion, let's vote. Did everyone, Mr. Tillman? Thank you, motion carried. 4.2, CI 19-20-05, continuous improvement. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves settlement agreement number CI 19-20-05 in the amount of $13,000.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Did you get that? It was Mr. Tillman and Mr. And you made the motion. All right, it's been moved and properly second. If there's no discussion, let's vote. Thank you, motion carried. And 4.3, CI-19-20-04, be it resolved that the Board of Education approves settlement agreement CI 19-20-04 in the amount of $11,000.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. If there is no discussion, let's vote. Thank you, motion carried. Dr. Volkemer?
Board, if you'll allow me, I'd like to just take a moment to introduce someone that is not new to our team, but new to his capacity on the team, and that's Mr. Tom Halderson. Tom, if you would stand up, please. Tom, as some of you know, he is our interim assistant superintendent of human resources. Tom worked for our district for many, many years. He was a teacher, a vice principal, director in both business services and human resources, and then went to the Rialto Unified School District and was the assistant superintendent of HR there, retired from that position, and has been kind of dabbling around and helping us in human resources. Tom and I have been friends for many years, and we actually became VPs on the same night a couple years ago. And I said, Tom, would you be interested? We need someone that can be kind of a steady presence as we move through these transitions between Dr. Marsden and myself, and a new superintendent and a new, perhaps, assistant superintendent of HR. And Tom said, "Sure, Harold, I'd be happy to help you." Tom is now my ex-friend, because that was before any mention of coronavirus, and he has been absolutely wonderful. He has completely stepped up, been at every meeting, and been just a great asset to us. So welcome, Tom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you still have the same name tag, or is it changed? It's a new one. Well, thank you and welcome again formally. All right, we will now move to 5.2, public hearing. So we will open our public hearing. That's initial contract proposal, reopener, Article 11, wages, and Article 7, unit members' rights for Communication Workers of America. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Yes, good evening, honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I've been too many places today. Sorry.
I hear you.
Yes, San Bernardino City Unified School District. My name is Teresa Hunter, and I'm here to introduce our 2020 initial contract proposal, contract reopener. And it's for wages and one article. Thank you.
That's it. Are you good?
That's it. I'm
Okay,
good.
well, thank you. All right, that was our only, I don't believe, there's no action on this one. Is there an action? Let me see. All right, so,
Madam President, I
yes.
move
thank you.
the agenda item.
Second.
All right, I been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? If not, let's vote. Mr. Tillman? Thank you. Motion carried. All right, we're closing our public hearing. And we are now moving to item 6.1. 6.2, I do not believe we have any of our student board members. Yes, as we know, everyone is abiding by the rules, so we're grateful. 7.1, public comments. Dr. Marsden?
Yes, thank you. We do have, would like to welcome Project Finding Chance, coronavirus update and precautions. So thank you very much. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam President, Board,
Hello.
Superintendent, staff, constituents. Terry Boykins, Project Fighting Chance. Thank you. Can we hear you? Can you hear me?
You'll have to move it real
Thank
close.
you.
Almost have to eat it. Yeah.
Okay. And we just wanted to tell you as we get ready to end the school year, we've had a great, incredible year at Project Fighting Chance. As you know, we came back with 5 national titles. We were in preparation to go to Reno, Nevada next week on spring break to do that particular tournament, but of course USA Boxing, under precautions of the coronavirus, had postponed that. And so we had taken the precautions last Saturday with about 7 individuals from our location to thoroughly sanitize and clean the gym, the enrichment program. The youth were, of course, looking forward to being back, but we thought in the best interest of public health that we would basically let them take the week off so that we can basically abide by the rules of safety and precaution. And so just want to let you know, as a CAPS location, we have done that part to ensure that our young people are safe, as well as the parents and some of the grandparents that come into that respective location. Just to let you know, we have had some tremendous efforts with regards to Project Fighting Chance, one of which recently we collaborated with Community Action Partnership of San Bernardino County. to work on resources and outreach to the respective individuals in that community, particularly over at the Project Fighting Chance location. Some very exciting things are going to be occurring there beginning in April. We also have had the opportunity to outreach with DBH because of our focus on impacting the importance of reducing childhood trauma, violence, and aggression. DBH will be working with us to assist in some of the issues that we identify that come in to that respective location. And so we're very excited about that. The other piece here is, in addition to that, we've had a chance to meet with some corporations and companies, and I've been out meeting with them around Southern California, pretty much focusing on what we're doing, and the word has gotten out about not only what we've done in terms of our position and our stature around the country in amateur boxing, but what we're doing to significantly reduce childhood trauma in our respective locations. And the companies that are interested in discussing it with us is what looks like is forward thinking, looking at tomorrow's workforce, how these young people are stable, their mental wellness, how they deal, how they cope, how they address their respective issues, how they address their respective trauma. And they've identified Project Fighting Chance as a very valuable community organization working with youth to help reduce childhood trauma and build resilience before they get into the workplace. And so we'll keep you up to date as to what we're doing and how we're addressing, working with corporations and staffing organizations that are looking at young people today and how their mental well-being is being addressed at an early age, and what we're doing to help reduce some aggression, as you know, getting into HR, getting into disgruntled employee situation. How do you cope? How do you deal? What we're doing over at Project Fighting Chance is helping young people deal with that early enough. And so when they do go into places of employment and are being confronted with issues, coping issues, we will hope that they have been given the foundation in our respective location as a CAPS provider after-school program that will help them move through their respective careers and deal with the issues that may occur with mental health or some of the issues that are happening there. The other thing that I wanted to share, which is very exciting, Melanie Lay, who is known as the grandmother of amateur boxing officials from Irvine, California, has committed to coming to Project Fighting Chance from Irvine twice a month to work with the young people, not only on their skill sets of amateur boxing, but in her degree as a social scientist, will work with us to talk about how do you address issues of underserved populations and how they can mitigate some of the issues and challenges they're confronted with. And we will be implementing those programs at the after-school program with CAPS and helping our young people in underserved populations migrate through the systems, and how we can help them move from being in an underserved environment to thriving as champions and as scholars. And looking forward to, as you all know, we've had a chance to send Lolo Harris to Colorado Springs, Colorado, which now represents the United States in boxing in preparation for the Olympics. And so we believe that we can not only win just inside of the ring, but we can help these champions and scholars move and win outside of the ring as well. So thank you.
Madam President, I would like to ask a question.
Yes, Dr. Flores.
How many kids participate?
In which part? The gym completely?
Everything.
We average between 90 and 120 kids a day.
A day?
That's correct.
90 to 120.
20.
Is it the same kids or different kids?
Pretty much consistent Monday through Friday, the same kids. There will be some depending on their transportation or their availability, but that's pretty much what we have.
And what do you see as the most significant change in them, or the salient results?
What we've seen, a lot of it is behavior modification with regards to behavioral issues, some aggressions, attitudes. We have very much focused in on dealing with the whole child. The family unit, you'll see a lot of family participation. You'll see mom and dad and auntie or grandma that's in there. But what we typically are focusing on is their comfort level of being in that particular environment, which is a safe place. But what we've been told by parents is that their happiness, their ability to release, getting into the gym and then, of course, over to the enrichment room for some of the other activities that we're dealing with CAPS. Those are the things that they are basically showing as far as our measurables are concerned.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Boykins, thank you for your attention to the whole child. That's sincerely appreciated.
Thank you, sir. We'll miss you. We hope we'll see you since you'll be in town to be over at the gym. We got
You
your
bet.
gloves ready.
Thanks. Sounds good. Board welcomes Jessica Henson and Ariana Givens, athletic trainers. Importance to the community. Good evening and welcome.
Hopefully I get close enough. Okay. Good evening. My name is Jessica Hinson, and this is Ariane Givens, and we are both graduate athletic training students at California Baptist University. March is National Athletic Training Month, so we just wanted to take this opportunity to promote our profession and let you guys know a little bit about what we do and why we benefit the community. As of now, California is the only state that is not licensed, so there are people out there practicing who are not certified or go through the education that we go through. So we just wanted to bring that to your guys' attention.
With that being said, just a little background information on athletic trainers. Athletic trainers specialize in the prevention, diagnosis, assessment, treatment, and rehabilitation of injuries relating to physical activity. The education and curriculum requires and allows us as students to sit for the Board of Certification exam, and most importantly, make us specialists in emergency care for catastrophic injuries such as sudden cardiac arrest, spinal injuries, heat illness, exertional sickling as a result of having the sickle cell trait, diabetes, and asthma attacks, and mental health situations. So without proper care and education, without proper education and training, emergency situations can lead to long-term or permanent injuries in the brain and body, and sometimes death during physical activity.
With that being said, Ariane and I both had the privilege to save a life and prevent permanent physical bodily harm to our patients. Ariane was able to bring back a basketball player back to life due to a cardiac arrest, and I was able to prevent one of my football players from being paralyzed. We are trained to know the signs and symptoms of emergency situations such as cardiac arrest and injury to the spinal cord, and it is our due to our education, we were able to properly treat our patients and react quickly. However, that's not always the case. There are non-certified athletic trainers practicing in the field. For example, in my football situation, there could have been non-certified on the field who went to care for that patient and just rolled them over, causing paralysis. Another common injury that we see in athletics are concussions. And non-certifieds might not be able to recognize all of the signs and symptoms of concussions and let the athletes go back to play, which could ultimately result in a death due to second impact syndrome or a subdermal hematoma. This is ultimately very scary to think about just because there are people out there who do not understand the proper signs and symptoms of these injuries, and that they're treating our children who brains are still developing. So it's very scary to have someone watching your kid who might not be able to save their life if need be.
So with that being said, currently 48.5% of high schools in California do not have a certified athletic trainer on site at athletic events, which has allowed 1 in 6 people to call themselves an athletic trainer when they do not hold the proper certification, which means that in California specifically, there are roughly 277,386 high school student athletes that are at risk every day due to the lack of medical care or unqualified medical care at athletic events.
So we just wanted to bring awareness to certified athletic trainers and to you guys so you know how we benefit the community. We just want to thank you guys for your time, and I have a handout if you guys would like one with our contact information on it, so you could email us if you have any questions later on. Thank you.
Okay. And don't leave just yet. We have a couple of comments or clarifying questions for you.
Thank you.
Dr. Flores?
Yes, thank you for coming. It's eye-opening. I didn't even realize that we were supposed to have athletic trainers with your credentials at every game. So my rhetorical question for us is, do we have that at every football and basketball, softball and baseball game?
And Dr. Vogelmer, I think, is ready. He was going to respond
ready to
also.
speak.
Absolutely. First of all, I want to thank our guests for bringing that to our attention. Board, you made the decision a little over 2 years ago, if I remember correctly on the timing, to make sure that we have certified athletic trainers at our high schools. So all of our comprehensive high schools that have CIF sports have certified athletic trainers working there each and every day.
But my question was, is there one at every sport event? That's what you were saying, right? That it's really important to have an athletic trainer at every sport event. I understand that we have one at every school, but I want to know, and you don't have to answer right now, but
I can, actually.
Can? Okay,
Yeah.
good.
I can only because Carmel Brand, the athletic director at Pacific High School,
The
is
year.
giving me the high sign.
The
So
year.
we do, the answer is we do.
Okay, great. Well, I thank you for your abilities and your certification and knowledge. It's really important for student athletes. Thank you very much.
And
Thank
and board, I just learned that Miss Henson, is the daughter of Ted Henson, the first black captain in the history of the San Bernardino Police Department. So the little history in front of us.
Oh, yeah,
Congratulations.
look at
Thank
that.
you. Thank you so
Well,
much for
thank
being
you,
here tonight.
ladies, and I have to say
Thanks
to
for
you,
coming.
go Lancers.
And my daughter is an alum of Cal Baptist as well, so speaks language with all of you.
Thank
you for coming tonight. Those are all our public comments, board.
All right. Thank you. We will now move to reports and comments by union organizations, starting 8.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association. Is there a representative? No? 8.2, California School Employee Association. All right. Welcome. Hello.
Board,
Is
Everyone?
she-
I'm Shane Dishman. I am the administrator for Chapter 183 and the first vice president of CSEA for the state of California. Been here about 7.5 months now, rebuilding the chapter. You know, we're in an interesting time. And when there is fear, there is also courage. I want to make sure that the board recognizes and sees the courage of those classified employees that have been asked to stay on post, to do what's expected, to clean where people don't want to clean, and do the jobs that at this point in life people don't want to do because they want to be home with their family. So you have the bus drivers delivering the meals to the special ed kids, custodial staff working hard to clean the school and sanitize it. You have grounds workers and tradesmen and the nutrition services providing the meals for the students in this district, even though they may not be there. These individuals are true heroes. They are standing where others can't or won't. So, yes, that needs an applause, of course. Yes, it does. I appreciate the district. In the last few weeks, we've been working very close together. Dr. Volkemer and Dr. Marsden have been doing such a tremendous job working with the union to make sure that everything is properly handled. It's been a real teamwork effort, and I appreciate that that we've received a verbal commitment at time and a half for those that are working those jobs and staying on those jobs during this time. And that's a very, very, very solid effort by the school board and the district to do such. We hope to eventually solidify that and ratify that in a decision which I've already handed to the district that falls in line with other districts that have already agreed to do so, like Pomona Unified, Silver Valley, Alvord, Corona, Norco, San Bernardino College, and Chaffey Community College. So let me just say this, that this is a tough time. And these are very tougher employees. And they're doing exactly what needs to be done in order to get the job done for these kids. Because without the kids, none of us would be here. And so, thank you, and I want to make sure that I look at each person on this board individually to thank you individually for the jobs that you do every given day, including the people that sit in this audience today. Thank you very much for the commitment, and I hope that, God willing, we come through this because, believe it or not, this too shall pass. You're at the head of this evil monster, and we got to get to the tail end. So, thank you for your time and your effort, and God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dishman.
8.3, Communication Workers of America. No? Okay. 8.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association. No comment? All right, we are now at our presentations. 9.1, Administrative Presentation, Second Interim Report and Budget, and Local Control and Accountability Plan Update. Are we to Janie or Dr. Marsden or?
Yeah, we'll go to Ms. Christakos. She will present along with Dr. Mitchell.
Good evening, Board. There's been a lot going on, and we're pleased tonight to present you with an update on the interim report, the actual report. We'll talk a little bit about the state financial outlook. We'll look at all the areas around the second interim budget that we usually present to you, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Mitchell to do an update on the LCAP. Waiting for the slides to advance. So when we look at the state revenues through January, they were actually exceeding Governor Newsom's projection by $1 billion. And then we look at what's going on right now, what will the impact of the COVID-19 have on our state budget. UCLA economists foretell rough seas ahead. The forecast economists view the aggressively contagious nature of the coronavirus to be particularly disruptive to economies all over the world, which of course are interconnected. Stock market suffered the greatest single day hit since 1987, referred to as Black Thursday, and it is yet to be determined what the impacts of this will be on the nation and the state. The state general revenue funds are heavily reliant on the big three taxes: personal income tax, sales and use tax, and corporate tax. So we know there will be some stimulus packets that will offset some of this, but we'll stand by over the next several months to see what the impact may be to our budget. Some changes from January, which we already gave you an update on, was that COLA was coming in lower than originally projected. It's coming in at 2.29%. The governor's been committed to equalization of special education funding, AB 602. Our SELPA is actually a very low-funded SELPA, and they're trying to equalize the funding for the low SELPAs. So we will be receiving more dollars in special ed and some one-time funding for preschool. Of course, the May revise will highlight some changes, and we really won't know exactly what is happening until the governor approves the budget by June 30th. Just a quick update, and I think you're all aware that Prop 13 did fail. That was the $15 billion state facility bond. So this next slide, actually, the board has a copy of the brochure that Ms. Bardier's office has prepared. And we see this periodically, all the investments that the board has made to just improve the quality of teaching and learning for our district, from safety to PBIS to a variety of areas. And I wonder, I didn't know, Dr. Wyatt, or if anyone wanted to make any comments before I moved on, but the board has made huge commitments in improving instruction for our Good, okay. So, and we have copies of those brochures for anyone that would like a copy.
Dr. Wyatt?
So some of the,
Oh, are we going to have comments after both presentations?
Yes.
so some of the assumptions that are included in our budget is the full impact of declining enrollment, the lower COLA, and some other ADA shifts. So it reduced our revenue, our projected revenue for LCFF for next year at $7.5 million. The 3-year impact is actually a loss of $13.9 million because the COLAs are reduced across the projection period. We have negotiated salary increases are included in our projections for next year's budget. Increases related to PERS, STRS, health and welfare step and column, reductions of FTE that, just go along with any declining enrollment. And then the board had approved some one-time allocations in September for carryover. Those are not included. Those were assumed to be one-time allocations. We've also realized some savings from our solar and other energy things that we've done. So all that's been incorporated into our assumptions. On top of that, we will need to, based on everything we know today, we will need to reduce the budget on top of all the things I talked about by $15 million for 2021 and an additional $6.7 million for the following year. And these should be ongoing reductions. There's a lot that can happen between now and June when the budget is adopted, but we have to prepare and provide information to the county as we move into budget development. So our next steps is that we will consistently adhere to district staffing ratios and reducing staffing through attrition as much as possible, some program realignments, evaluating vacancies, doing some temporary freezes between now and the budget on vacant positions, looking at contracts and other services for duplicative services, and then we await the governor's May revise. And just a reminder of what has happened over the past several years. You can see from this chart, the red line depicts our revenue, and all of the different colored boxes on the bars are certificated salaries, classified salaries, benefits, supplies, and other services. And you can see as we get out to the current year that our expenditures outpace our revenues. In the, on the next slide is we have our multi-year projections, and the first one is our unrestricted general fund. What I want to just emphasize again is that we have to build in those ongoing required reductions based on everything we know today of $15 million for next year and an additional $6.7 for the following year. The next slide shows our total general fund, which is our unrestricted and restricted, and again shows those ongoing required reductions. At this time, board, we're presenting you with a positive certification, and a lot of work will be done between now and budget development as we learn more from the state and what's going on, as well as prepare for budget adoption. And at this time, I would turn it over to Dr. Mitchell.
Good evening, board. So, board, this timeline you've seen before. We're on pace to, well, that may change, but right now we're on pace to adopt the budget. Well, anyways, let me go back. We're on pace to adopt the district budget alongside the LCAP budget at the same time. So as you know, we've aligned those dates over the last couple of years. That's been helpful to our schools. And so tonight, just want to talk to you a little bit about where we are with our development of our next three-year cycle for LCAP. And so tonight, just want to give you an update on the development of our 2020 through 2023 LCAP, as well as share some of the feedback that we've already collected thus far from our various communities. As you know, Board, we've developed a model, inside-out model, that goes continuously, where basically we have three checkpoints with all of our advisory and governing groups, both at the district level and at the school level, and that these groups serve to provide our administration with feedback in terms of the things that schools and teachers and communities and parents and students are saying that they need to accomplish the district's goals. As you know, we're really trying to conjoin three things. We have our community engagement plan, which we've renamed Community Engagement Plan 2.0. To give some further alignment, Dr. Volkemer has been good about giving you some updates around that, alongside the board's KPI or key performance indicators, and then, of course, with our LCFF and LCAP goals. And so the LCAP plan seeks to align all of those, as well as allocate dollars and funding to support those efforts. Next, the LCAP has three goals. One, of course, is improving academic outcomes for students. Also, of particular importance in our district is improving school climates and campus environments. And then lastly, engaging our students and parents through community involvement activities. And so the first cycle for the 17-20 LCAP, these were the major priorities. Huge investments in teacher professional development. Our theory of action here in our district is that we believe in improving the skill and knowledge and capacity of all of our staffs to improve outcomes for students. We invested heavily, as you saw in Ms. Christakos' report, in support staff. We've invested heavily in parent engagement and trainings and workshops. Invested as well as in college career readiness and pathways. As you know, we've increased all of our pathways as well as funding for those pathways through the LCAP dollars over the years at the board's directions. And you see that many of our pathways are being acknowledged and recognized across the state. Significant investments in technology, gone one-to-one at all of our middle schools. All of our campuses are huge resource in terms of technology. And then there's particular programs that the board has asked us to invest in. Student wellness, that's where we're getting all of our counselors and our behavior interventionists throughout the district, and all the supports from around kids. AVID, where next year will be 100% AVID district, every school. Significant investments in VAPA, board. You've insisted that our kids have instruments and access to instruments, as well as ramped up in various programs across VAPA. And just, well, we would have seen this spring a variety of performances, and so that's the biggest letdown in terms of this coronavirus. Student leadership, we've created the Superintendent Student Leadership Forum, where we've had our kids come and tell us what they'd like to see with what we do with our money, and then sports, and then our enrichment activities across the board. The board has invested heavily in that. We plan on continuing that in the next 3-year cycle. If you look at the next page. So the next two slides really shows you the major themes thus far from our parent groups and what they're saying. Of course, they're wanting to see more increases in after-school programs. And just so you know, what we've done is that our principals have led feedback systems at their schools, where they're gathering data from their ELACs and their school site councils, as well as APACs. And then at the district level, as you know, we convene all of our governing and advisory committees together, as well as separately in their separate meetings, and gather feedback from them, as well as invite parents and school leaders and teachers to these events as well. You'll see that the parents, our school community has said they want to see increased access to college and career for all students, expand opportunity gap specialists, which are program specialists that this board has allocated to specifically monitor outcomes for African American students, expand VAPA. They also found that the parents wanted varied times for trainings and workshops and information. So obviously there's a group of parents that want to see us do stuff in the morning, and there's a group of parents that want to see us do stuff in the evening. You'll see that we often accommodate that and do both as much as we can. There's a big investment around, or a big ask to continue investments to improve and support African American students, improve performance and support African American students. And then, of course, technology will always be asked. And then the last one that you'll see is strengthen school climate. So our school communities are really liking what they're seeing with our investments in counselor and the Swiss department and all the work that they're doing. And the parents specifically say they want to see more of that. The next slide shows you our most recent meeting, very well attended on February 11th. Probably one of the last activities that we'll have at this kind of size. Well over 100 attendees. We had each of our LCAP leads across all of our divisions take a corner of the room. The parents were able to circle the room, hear about the 1720 activities from LCAP, and give feedback into the 2023 LCAP that we're developing now. So well, sorry to keep saying this. we don't have a next meeting, but it would have been April 8th. Well, thank you, board. We'll keep pushing.
Dr. Flores, I know you had, are you, okay. I didn't see anyone yet.
Well, I would like to ask Ms. Christakis, slide 7, about the reductions. I'm assuming that they're already embedded in the, everybody sees that. We got a budget.
So in the multi-year projection for next year, we've made some assumptions around these reductions because that is telling a lot about where we are today in this year's budget, and then where the multi-year projection tab is, we've incorporated assumptions into next year's budget.
So this budget that we got, is this year's budget or next year's budget?
So most of this is this year's, but there's one tab that says multi-year projection, which we're required to, by law, to have the next 2 years as well.
And that's what we're voting on.
Yes.
Are all these specifics that are here, we've already voted on?
Yes, everything that's in the budget, you've already approved.
We're only going to approve the next 3-year projection.
So what you're approving is, we're showing you where we are today in our revenues and expenditures, because we update it from first interim, and where we project will be over the next 2 years. But at budget adoption, you'll get more detail.
Okay, so I'm asking these questions for the public's benefit, so that they know, what we're going to do today, and it's just the projections that we're going to approve, but we still have the May revision. And some of these reductions may get bigger or may get smaller, depending on what the governor allocates to. We don't know.
Correct, that's correct.
And, it's with a heavy heart that I want to publicly state this. I prize our police very much and what we do. Chief Pauline, are you still here? And Dr. Marsden, I prize your leadership. And I've become aware of a report, Our Right to Resources. School districts are cheating high-need students by funding law enforcement. And it's a investigative report by public advocates out of San Francisco. I was on the webinar, I believe, on Friday. And on page 21, board, 22, we are cited, San Bernardino City Unified is cited as possibly illegally misusing LCAP funds to fund our police. And on page 6 of this document, 079, $9.5 million from LCAP money has been allocated to our police, which we need. We need that money for our police. But we are cited in this report, and they state that using LCAP funds for law enforcement is illegal unless it can be specifically justified as leading to student improvement for targeted high-need students. So I am asking Dr. Marsden, Dr. Volkemer, and Dr. Mitchell, and Ms. Christakos, did we justify, you don't have to answer, but this is a question that I'm asking. Did we justify the use of LCAP funds to fund our police in this manner? Because this is public record, and we are the first bullet for possible illegal use. So I am very, very concerned about that. So you don't have to answer, but I wanted to make it public, that we all understand that this is very serious. They also say that the San Bernardino City Unified School District LCAP reflects only 18% of the budget, which means a large portion of the supplemental and concentration funds are not accounted for in the LCAP. I'm not sure where they got that, but according to this report, all the LCAP funds are cited here. So I don't know if they asked us.
Who's the report by?
That's what I'm gonna, wait,
It's the
let her
public-
finish.
Public advocates. They're attorneys. And they did a report throughout the state. We're not the only district. There are tons of districts that have done it. And so I see how we have delineated, our LCAP funding. I'm not sure why they stated that, because it's here. It's very transparent that we have. So I wanted to make that public. It's serious. Again, I'm not denying that we should fund our police, because we should. We're just specifying that we misuse the funds illegally. That's a big statement. That's concerning to me. On the call, I asked if ELs could receive extra money from LCAP, even though they were counted as low SES, and they said yes. That depending on how many ELs we have in our district, that the proportion of supplemental and concentration funds should be allocated to helping our students with ELs. We have currently.
Dr. Flores, I'd like to ask a question.
I'm almost done. I want one last statement. Data Quest, and we have around 12,000 ELs. And we have about 12,000 RFEPs, 24,000 kids, about half of our population. And from the LCAP money, they've only been allocated $1.6 million. And I see that as an inequity in our community. And I would like to ask publicly to see the specific budget allocation for $1.6 million for ELs, and where it's going. I know we have other monies, but I'm not asking that because I saw it. What I'm asking is what specifically we have for the 1.6, and if it's adequate or not adequate. I'm done, Madam President.
And I think, because the question is, because you have some documentation, I think that all the board members definitely need to, because I know the question is going to be where did the source come from? And you usually share it, and I see you have one. But I think that is crucial information because, you know, we led with some violations, and we're the Board of Education, so we all need to know that so we can hold whatever accountable. But for the
That's why I
public,
made it public today.
right? So
And I
so-
couldn't do it, I couldn't call anybody because
Right.
of the Brown Act. I have to do it all at once when we're together.
So on that, again, and I don't know if we were clarifying some of the information that was being presented in a report, because this is in addition to, so as the board, we do need to get the information. Mr. Tillman?
And everybody knows that when I go to CSBA, the first session I go to is the one presented on school funding. There is no such thing as LCAP funding. There isn't. You can have an LCAP plan, you can spend money in your LCAP, but there's no such thing as quote-unquote LCAP funding. You have local control funding formula, but there is no LCAP money. So I would say with authority, we haven't broken any laws because there are no laws that say there's a LCAP. I don't know what they mean by LCAP funding. There's no such thing. We get local
yeah,
control.
it's a plan.
There's a local control funding formula.
Right.
And we use money from that source and other sources to spend on items that we put in the LCAP. But it's totally confusing to me. If they actually list in that report, Dr. Flores, that we somehow misspent quote unquote LCAP funding. There is no such thing as LCAP funding. It doesn't
Mr.
exist.
Tillman, here's the report, and
That
we
report
all
may-
need to get it.
But Dr. Flores,
We all need to get it.
But to take that report and act as though
These are
it can
attorneys.
declare,
Okay,
These are
and to
attorneys.
act as though you
That's
could,
fine.
These
they
are
can
attorneys.
It can declare that we broke the law means nothing. We have to get our
I-
LCAP. It's my time.
Let him.
We have to get our budget approved and all our spending approved by the county. We bring in auditors that we spend millions of dollars for to come in and look how we spend our money. If something was being done illegally, they would be the ones to tell us. And if they're not telling us that, we're wasting our money. But been here 25 years, I can state with confidence that we have not broken the law in spending our local control funding formula. In terms of duplicated count and getting additional money for LCFF, the reason why you don't get double counted, once we have 90-something% of our students that qualify because of social economics, there is no extra. We're getting extra for all the students just based on that. So that report, I haven't read it, but the things you stated are totally inaccurate, and you can't use that report to say we broke the law. If anything, you might want to agendize an item to address the questions, but to say that some nonprofit or profit or attorneys from some organization said that we're illegal doesn't mean anything.
Dr. Wyatt and then Mr. Gallo.
Thank you, Madam President, and, thank you to my colleagues for their comments as well. And just for some clarification purpose, Dr. Mitchell, I'm looking at the LCAP priorities right here on page 16, and I know you probably already discussed it, but how are those priorities identified?
Through engagement of our teachers, staff, leaders, community, parents, students. And we take those alongside the district needs that we identify around academics, climate and culture, and parent engagement, and then we spend those dollars to best meet our KPIs.
All right, and that was my understanding as well. So when I'm looking at our priorities here, these were determined by our LCAP community engagement team, our staff, other stakeholders. So these are the priorities here.
Absolutely.
And I know there's obviously a concern there on how LCAP money was spent.
Absolutely.
Maybe it wasn't spent appropriately, but if it was spent in accordance with our LCAP plan that was
Yes.
formulated by our community and
Absolutely.
our district,
Absolutely.
I think we're spending our money appropriately, so.
Indeed.
And on the goals that we have identified, which
You're-
are absolutely separate from what's being.
You're correct.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you. I think it's, and thank you, Barbara, for sharing that data, but I'd suggest that we actually pass that along to our staff and have them, take a look at what they're even talking about. I've seen numbers of reports that have reflected San Bernardino performance, saying we're near the bottom of X, Y, Z, and it's simply not true. When you actually look at it, it isn't true. There's a statewide dashboard that any parent, anybody can look up on the statewide website and see where San Bernardino ranks in virtually every category that's measured. Well, in every category that's measured, and then some. And so I immediately would cast doubt and suspect on that report, and I've seen many of them published. And I say many. I've seen 3 in recent months published that are simply inaccurate. And so it would be good to maybe have our superintendent, acting superintendent, take a look at that stuff, and perhaps we could agendize it and discuss it next time, since you raised the issue of perhaps the legalities going on. So I think that ought to be agendized and discussed. All I have.
Is that it? And board, that is the question. This is very important. Do we want to make sure that, is there a consensus to agendize this so we know? Because for the integrity of the public, we need to make sure we're being transparent. So do I have consensus? Yes? Is it a yes? Okay. We will agendize it. Is there any other questions?
Madam President, I just want to make one last statement. I got this off of SBA fact sheet regarding state priorities for funding the need for local control and accountability
Yeah,
plans.
can we discuss that as it's agendized?
Yes. As
I
well?
think that's a
Okay.
recommendation.
Or ELs as well?
And we can
Yes,
discuss
all
that.
of those. No, everything that you posed, we would like to agendize so we can get it clear. All right.
And then do we give you our questions prior to that, or we'll do it when?
Well, I think you,
we're,
yeah, because you
discussing
have the info that we don't have.
Okay,
Are there
fine.
any other questions for Dr. Mitchell or Ms. Christakis? All right, thank you so much for your report.
Thank you,
Yeah, and I
Board.
forgot to say thank you, too. Thanks, Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Board.
Thank you, we appreciate it. All right, we are now moving to our second presentation, 9.2, administrative presentation, later school start times update. Dr. Book?
Thank you, President Rogers. As our team is making their way forward, I want to say that we're pleased to be with you this evening to talk about next steps related to the Late Start Initiative. While this may seem a little bit irrelevant given our current challenges with the COVID-19 virus, we're talking about students starting and they're not in school. It actually is a very timely topic, and we'll talk about that just in a little bit. Since it's been a while since our last update to you, we're going to review very quickly what we've accomplished with your support over the last 2 years, and then bring a recommendation to you at the end. So you can, if we could go to the next slide. Who the slide master is, but thank you very much. So as time flies, it was over 2 years ago where the board first expressed interest in this topic, and that led to several of us going to Washington, D.C. to an adolescent sleep conference. President Rogers attended that, Dr. Hill. We had one of our student board members at the time and her father, and then I accompanied them as well. We brought a report back to you, and the board gave us permission to explore the issue, to do the research both medically and educationally. So we brought together a broad-based stakeholder group of about 45 people, and that was comprised of parents, union leaders, district office administrators, principals. Obviously our 2 board members were very involved in that. And we took a really deep dive throughout that year to validate the medical research and the educational research, talk about what was going on, what was happening, et cetera, et cetera. And then our real objective for the year was to educate. Once we did our research, then we turned our attention and our efforts toward educating our community. We held a series of town hall meetings. We had work done on our website. We had it all over the district to make sure that people had the opportunity to take a look at what this late start thing means at that time. And then toward the end of that year, we conducted interest surveys with our staff members, with our students, and with the community at large, our families. So that was our year one was kind of our research year. And if we could advance the slide, please. There it is. So we brought all of that back to you in a presentation, and then you gave us permission to go a little bit deeper. You said, keep exploring, keep analyzing the issues. So that second year was about technical analysis for us, and we really took a deep dive on what specifically would occur if we were to operationalize this decision. So we looked specifically at athletics, CAPS, nutrition services, childcare, and transportation. And operation teams in each of those areas reviewed current systems and processes to determine what changes, if any, and what impacts would occur given revised start times. So they spent a lot of time that year just digging into our own systems, our own processes to see what's going to happen. If we were actually to do this, what would it look like and feel like in our district? So then you go to the next slide. And as we were doing this, it became law. And so Senate Bill 328 was passed with a deadline of July 1st for implementation of July 1st, 2022. And there's trailer legislation being worked on currently that has some additional definitions that has not been passed to this point. But basically, our district would have to fall in line with no high school, secondary school starting before 8:30. There is a provision for middle schools to start at 8, but because of our volume and kind of the complexity of how much transportation we provide, that really doesn't give us much flexibility. So here we are in March of 2020, facing something we never thought we'd be facing, with an implementation date of 2022, and you may be asking yourselves, why bring this forward for consideration now? And it's really all about the buses. You know, we say sometimes that food and buses run our school district, and that has a certain degree of validity to it in this case. So I'm going to turn it over to Janie to talk about our impending bus contract needs and how your direction on late start affects that work.
So Board, our current contract with Durham expires June 30 of 21, and so you, as Dr. Volkmer was saying, you know, why can't we wait till next year? Well, we are the largest single contract operated district in the state.
5-year contract?
Yes, correct. It would be a 5-year. We're finishing our 5-year, yes. So, and you might think, well, LA is bigger than us, but they have several contracts. So we have a large contract. Our current fleet has aged out. We have 355 buses, and as you hear today, the potential of doubling a fleet would cause a vendor to have a lot of lead time. And even with just aging of 355 buses, it requires a lot of lead time. And we'd want them ready to go July 1 either way. So in order to proceed with our request for proposal, we must allow ample time for the vendor to seek facility and acquire a large enough fleet to serve our district. And so that is why we are bringing it to you today, so we know how to proceed in securing a contract.
Mr. Tillman?
Just so I'm clear, because you're talking about this in the context of early start. So, or late start. But it's going to be early start for the elementary schools. But is the proposal going to require additional busing?
No, well.
It depends on, Mr. Tillman, it depends on the direction the board gives.
But
And we'll get to that in just a little bit.
But even, you know, we stay even, we have to give a vendor enough time, and if Durham's the vendor, to gear up to serve our district based on our current needs.
Right, and that's my question. So I'm assuming that you're going to put out the bid based on status quo.
Well, that's,
That depends on the direction you give. So currently, the law only requires what the law requires at this point is that we would have to change start times for secondary students.
What you're proposing will allow us to accommodate that change with the current level of transportation that
Correct.
we
If the board-
contract for right now.
Yes, if the board so chooses.
So I recommend we go with your recommendation.
We're going to finish it up. We're going to finish it up, but Ms.
We'll go
Rosales
fast.
Medina.
Yes, before we move forward. So then I many years ago, I think before I was a school board member, we actually vendored out. So didn't we have our own?
I've been on the, I know Miss Rogers doesn't like me to say this, but I've been on the school board for 25 years.
Yes.
And we've always contracted out. Before this one, we had Roche, which ended up being
First student.
first student, and then we went out to bid, and we picked Durham because Durham provided us a brand-new fleet with seatbelts.
Okay. And so then now,
We've never been in-house since I've been here.
okay, so then, oh, I thought we might have had that. Okay. So then right now, the suggestion is to try to look at increasing, so we, at the end of the day, we have to make sure that we're providing transportation for all the students
As
that
we
need to be,
provide.
that needs to be provided transportation. And I do want to mention, when we have, as we're moving forward to a school of choice, at least that was the idea for school of choice, would that, could we also look at maybe other alternatives to that? If you look at city busing, I know when I went up to visit my daughter at Cal State East Bay, I seen a lot of high school students taking the public transportation. And so that could be another alternative for maybe providing and having a contract or looking at a building relationship with the local transportation.
So as the team, as we move on, the team can probably respond to more of that. The
Right.
reason around the contract is our 5-year contract is almost up. It's up next year, so we have to be prepared to get out there early enough so that whomever we choose can provide services for us, even though we don't have to act right now.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and finish the presentation.
Thank you. So, Board, what we're going to do now is have each of our specialists in their operational area give you just a brief report about what the programmatic impact of this would be. We want you to understand what, it's just not about busing. It may come down to busing, but it's not just about busing. There are other areas that are either impacted or have no impact. And so this group has been absolutely wonderful to work with. I can tell you that they've been very dedicated to the work that you've asked them to do. And they come forward very prepared in terms of what the impact of Later Start is on their particular area. So we'll start in childcare. So Latasha, if you would, please.
Good evening. My name is Latasha Kelly, Director for Child Development. The Child Development Program offers part-day preschool, full-day preschool, and infant and toddler care. Our part-day preschool serves children 3 hours in the morning or 3 hours in the evening, and our full-day program serves children from 7 to 5:30. Our analyst confirms that this issue has no implications for our programs. We recognize, however, that our board has always been sensitive to the childcare needs of our families for students in school. An example of this is when you allowed additional rec aid time to provide supervision for the early morning hours to accommodate parents who drop off their children before work. We will continue to be sensitive to these needs, but in terms of our child development program, we're good to go.
And it looks like Adrian's going to be next for nutrition. Got to get right up to it.
Good evening. Adrian Robles, Director of Nutrition Services. And as you may know, we are proudly serving almost 1 million meals to our students every month. With regards to the services that we provide, which includes breakfast, lunch, snack, and supper at select locations, we do not anticipate any impact to our program. Our only need will be to adjust our hours of service so that we can coordinate with school times as they may change. The only meal we see possibly is breakfast. Overall, we see minimal impact, and we will be able to successfully serve our students. Thank you.
Good evening. Dennis Mormon, Director of CAPS. And as you know, CAPS provides both before and after school programs and services to over 10,000 students daily. And we want to provide a safe place for students. And all of our grant requirements for the state categorical program will remain in place. That includes snack or supper, homework assistance, academics, recreation, and enrichment. And CAPS programming will be adjusted as needed to provide services to our students and meet the legal requirements as well of the grant. And we are good to go.
Thank you.
Good evening and happy St. Patrick's Day. Carmel Brand, Athletic Director at Pacific High School. Our athletic programs are governed by CIF, and with the exception of some latitude that is given to individual leagues, CIF determines the scheduling of seasons and individual sports. Working with the assumption that seasons in sports and the timing of games will remain the same, we have analyzed the impact of a later start time and determined that there are several impacts. The first is that in order to arrive on time for scheduled games, students and teachers who coach will have to miss an additional period on game days. While our student athletes have demonstrated strong academic success, this is an impact from the change to a later start time. Game days would also see students from other schools arriving for games prior to the end of our school day, which is a supervision consideration. Another primary impact from this change involves facilities. Given that contact time and practices will begin approximately 1 hour later, practice time, particularly in the winter months, will be restricted as it gets dark earlier. This necessitates the need for additional lighting, and to share those associated costs is Janie.
Thank you, Carmen. In order to ensure a safe place to practice and adequate practice time, we would need to add lighting to baseball and softball fields, both varsity and JV, as well as our tennis courts and pools. The estimated cost at this time of these capital improvements is approximately $10 million. In order to have these improvements completed by 2022-23, school year, we'll need to initiate the planning process, the CEQA, and that alone takes about 9 months, so we'll be starting as soon as possible.
Mr. Tillman, they're going to go through, because we interrupted them once, and they just want to kind of give us this, because some of the questions will be answered.
This one won't, because she said they're going to come later. I thought all the schools are going to be at the start later. If all the high schools are going to start later, why would a school come to us earlier?
It's the other.
No, but you said that because we're starting later.
Come to the
Right.
Carmel, could you please go back to the microphone? Thank you.
No, you stated that if we start later,
We
visiting.
wouldn't be getting out till 3:30, according to this model.
No, but you're saying that visiting schools would come
Correct.
at a different time, as though those visiting schools wouldn't be on the same schedule.
They are, but game times are 3:15. We would be getting out at 3:30, which means the visiting school would arrive at Pacific or any school at 2:30, which is usually an hour ahead. So they would be on our campus for up to an hour before our general population is released.
But
Or
I'm
3:15.
confused though. If both schools move to a different time,
The game times don't change.
why not?
CIF could make that, the leagues could make that, but at this point, it hasn't been
Yeah, but
determined.
we haven't made the move.
No, true, true.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Tillman, if I could clarify, we would, because CIF governs the start of game times, we would need to have CIF make an adjustment to that in order to avoid that supervision need.
Exactly, but it would only be common sense if all high schools have to start later now. It wouldn't make sense for CIF to say, we don't care that you're starting later. We're going to leave all the old times the same. Of course they're going to adjust.
Yeah, we hope so. Thank you. We do.
Remember, board, they're proposing to us before we make a decision, and then we'll be able to weigh in on what needs to be changed.
And
Thank you.
I just want to add one thing on the cost of these capital improvements for lighting. Those are one-time costs, board.
Right.
Those are one-time costs.
Good afternoon, Marie Espinoza, Director of Student Transportation. As Ms. Christakos already mentioned, the biggest operational impact of this change is in transportation. We currently transport over 9,000 students daily, run almost 300 routes with a fleet of 355 buses. If the district was to change secondary start times and leave elementary times the way they are, we would need to almost double our existing fleet. Our current operating budget is $21 million. The cost of this expansion would actually increase our operating budget by an additional $15 million ongoing. An additional consideration is the current industry-wide driver shortage, which has actually had a significant impact on us already for over the last 3 years. If the district were to start secondary later and elementary earlier, we would have the capability to double up our current bus usage as we do now and minimize the potential of possible additional costs.
Thank you, Marie and team. So board, to start the discussion, our recommendation is basically that we are recommending that we switch elementary and secondary start time. So we would comply with the law by moving our secondary schools to an 8:30 start time, and then we would move our elementary schools to an earlier start time. That would allow us to double up the buses like we do now. We wouldn't have to double the fleet, and it would save the board that $15 million in ongoing cost. And this is primarily a financial consideration at this point. We're looking at, do we spend $15 million more on additional buses in a time when we're going into cutting mode, or do we keep that $15 million and preserve it for different programs and priorities for you? So that's our recommendation to start the discussion. Now we're open for any questions you might have.
Mr. Gallo?
Thank you. So what time would you start elementary school then?
We are, Marie, where'd you go? Oh, there you are.
Oh, it's
We're
8:30
looking
for high
at
school.
about 7:15 or 7:20, which is a pretty, in order to be able to use the buses, given our geography and number of routes. Is that correct?
Almost an hour earlier.
Correct. More than an hour earlier than they go now.
Oh, man.
You done, Mr. Tillman?
So I'm assuming because all this started with the trip to DC and the psychiatrists and children doctors saying how bad this was for high school students, would those same doctors say it's okay to start elementary kids at 7:15?
Actually, I'm going to call it the body of research or knowledge is silent on that. They did not look at an earlier start time for younger children. Their sole focus was a later start time for adolescent children because of the circadian rhythm change.
It's going to be silent until we do it. Then they have the big studies.
And they'll find out that it's detrimental to brain development or something.
But I will say, I think you have to start from the point that you want to make it cost neutral. And I think you have to start there because we don't have the money. And Ms. Christakis' proposal, she's talking about making cuts up to $30 million already. So anything that you say you want that's going to cost money has to be on a wish list, and even including the lighting. I know we want to have lighting, but you get the lighting if we have the money to make the enhancements. And we might, because that'll come totally out of construction money, right? And we probably have some bond money left over?
Yeah, we'd have to prioritize other projects because the board already approved the project.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Flores?
I have two comments, one question and two comments. I was wondering, like Danny, what the research says for elementary kids, young kids, about early start time.
Did you say add that, or what did you say?
I said, I'm wondering what the research says regarding early start time for elementary kids.
That's what Mike was saying, yeah.
That's what Danny was saying.
Yeah.
And then secondly, this is a unfunded mandated law. And how can districts, we're going to be going into a recession and we have to be cutting, how can we fulfill this mandate when we don't have the funds? And I would not want to cut anything programmatically for our kids. And right now we have the pattern of everyone, and I understand that our kids, high school kids shouldn't be going that early. But, I mean, we're going to have to really look at this because we don't have the funds. What are our options? Those are my comments. Thank you.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
And I just want to piggyback with what Dr. Flores and Mr. Tillman mentioned regarding younger generation. If you remember having your own kids, these kids, specifically during the weekend, they wake up really early to watch TV. So I think that might be something where, when you look into studies, it just, I know for my children and when I would go have nephews, they automatically wake up really early in the morning. So it might be very different, of course, when you look at the younger children. But with this, I do want to ask, so this is something that we can speak on and trying to recommend the city or the school district looking at what can be offered at with the public transportation and with the city?
I would invite Mrs. Espinoza to speak to that. We have made overtures toward public transportation before, and we can't count on that necessarily, but I'll let her speak to it.
We have met with Omni in the past, and one of the biggest challenges for students is the actual ride time on city buses. Many times it's a longer travel time to catch that city bus, go through a transfer, and then get to their closest stop near their school than it would be for them to walk, unfortunately. It just hasn't been that conducive.
That makes sense. Thank you.
All right, so, Mr. Tillman?
I do want to say thank you for the report and the input. I'm just asking questions to get a feel for where we're going in the direction of how we're going to proceed, because we have to do something because of the law. And I just want to be practical about it. We only can do it with the money that we have, right? And if we're going to spend an extra $15 million ongoing every year, then we'd have to cut something somewhere else.
Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President, and this is probably a question for Marie. Out of the 9,000 students that we transport daily, how many of those are elementary students?
Elementary students, I believe our elementary count is about 4,000.
A little less than half then.
And then I had an additional question. I know it seems like one part, and I've been there with the discussions that we kind of cringed on a little bit, was how early the elementary students have to start. Is there a hard design on that time frame for the 7:20 or, because we said 7:20. So when Mr. Gallo was asking, we said we're about an hour different on the time, right? And so, an hour and a half, have we looked at a different time, or is that just a straight flip, to the research that we kind of have been working with for the last year or so?
Well, I need about an hour and 10 minutes because of our special ed routes. So when factoring the elementary start time, it took into consideration how much time I need to clear from elementary so that I can service secondary.
Okay. So that, there's no narrowing, there's no room in there to decrease it from, what did you say, 7:15, 7:20?
So if I shorten the window of time, that means I add more resources to shorten the routes.
Which may be.
That's the driving force.
Which may be much cheaper than $15 million. There may be some cost. The other consideration
What
is.
makes it less? You're saying
Well,
making a longer?
If you wanted to narrow the window,
Right.
you would have to add resources to
Okay.
be able to do that. The other thing is, that I wanted to point out, is that the law says that, that secondary schools can start no earlier than 8:30.
Right.
Doesn't mean they can't start later. So we could implement an 8:40, let's say we started an 8:40 start time, that would allow us to move elementary to 7:30.
Right.
So there are ways to adjust this to keep it cost neutral, and we will continue to research that.
Right, so that was one of my concerns, because, we're saying it's early, even though we're kind of justifying it without the research, that it might be okay, but if we could, have some other options, if it was late and not so early, for the others. Dr. Flores?
Yes, I wanted to ask you, Marie, so if we started at 7:20 or 7:30, what time would our kids, our little ones, have to catch the bus to get there on time? The earliest they would have to catch the bus?
It would be in the 6 o'clock hour.
6 o'clock in the
Yes,
morning?
ma'am. Because we have transfers.
That means they would have to wake up at 5.
That's not everybody. That's like a worst-case scenario, right?
No, that's,
Because we have 7 transfer systems, and so students on these services get picked up, go into a transfer system, get on their second bus that takes them into their school. Their average ride time is about an hour 15.
Does the average student do a transfer?
If they're on one of the systems. So
No,
for
no.
elementary, most of our ridership is through a transfer system. We have very little home to school for regular ed.
just to clarify, they would have to catch the bus at 6 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
The earliest.
That would be the
And
earliest,
my
like the
next
first pickup.
question, and another question is to Harold. What, Dr. Volkmer, this is the cabinet's recommendation. What was the committee's recommendation?
This is the committee's recommendation.
To flip it?
I didn't hear
Flip
what
the times?
Flip the times. Actually, if you'll remember, this was the actual straw design that we used from the very start. Was because we knew the cost of doubling a fleet, and really, maybe the biggest impact is being able to find the bus drivers to even run the buses. But that's been our straw design since day one, in terms of how we did all of our research.
Oh, like I said, this is a unfunded mandate.
You're right.
I don't know how we can comply with it, and if the legislature even has any teeth behind it.
President Roger?
Mr. Tillman?
So let me be clear. All our students, elementary students, if they wanted to, they could go to their home school that's near them,
Correct,
which wouldn't involve a transfer.
correct.
So any student that's getting up early in the morning to do a transfer is because their parent put in for their student to go to a different school away from their, I know the other way is they get capped out, but other than capped out, the only other way they get, where they have to go through this transfer system, is their parent picks a program at a different school that they want their student to go to.
That's correct.
So if a parent didn't want their student going to that school and having to get on the bus that early in the morning, they would just allow the student to go to the home school.
They would more than likely choose to go back to their home school.
Exactly.
I
And
would
then,
imagine.
and what percentage of the students going through this transfer process are capped out?
Oh, I would have to look at those numbers. I don't know that off the top of my head.
And maybe we need to do more informative parents. If a student shows up at their school site on the first day of class, they will get a seat, right?
On the bus, you mean?
At their local school. The only way you get capped out is if you don't show up to school on the first day of school, right?
You get capped out if there is not space for that age group in that class. And it's not necessarily, if you can show up on the first day of school and you can be over class size. I'm not sure exactly how they determine who gets capped out, but
I can help with that. Mr. Tillman, if the class size is 24 and 27 students walk in the first day, and there's no option to change, add a teacher or make a combination or something like that, let's just say they're all full, then 3 students from that first day would be capped out.
But
Given
doesn't it normally happen that it's the student that doesn't show up on the first day that gets capped out?
That increases your chances, absolutely.
Just because those are always the stories I get. The student wasn't at the site on the first day of school. They came in the second day, the third day, the fourth day, or the next week, and so there wasn't room, so they had to be capped out to a different school.
That's correct.
Were you going to say something? Yeah. Yeah. When I see somebody chomping at the bit, I want to hear them.
I'm not sure I'm chomping at the bit, but I will. I just looked at our numbers. We've capped out 552 students as of a week ago, March 10th. So students are capped out throughout the year. It's not just the first week of school, because as schools get full, and then they continue to have enrollees, we have to cap those students out.
Point. So normally it's the students that start later other than the first day of school.
Yes, it can happen the first day,
Yeah.
but really it's throughout the year, and it starts
that.
slowing down about this time.
It's never a good thing, but I'm just saying that's what normally happens.
Correct.
If I could go to our next slide, President Rogers, if you look at the screen board, I'm going to, not that one. Thank you. If you look at the second bullet down, enrollment services, this is under future considerations. We initiated team about 3 weeks ago. Is that correct? About 3 weeks ago, we initiated an enrollment services initiative where we're taking a really deep look at student movement in the district. And all of the programs that we have where students are moving that are really, some of them are vestiges of decades-old legislation that no longer exists. And I'll give you one example. We have a full-day kindergarten program at one of our elementary schools. We move school students from their home school to that school for all-day kindergarten when their home school has all-day kindergarten, because of tradition. And then they're allowed to stay there all year. And some parents put in their student for all-day kindergarten that year and then move their kids back to their home school. So we've got a significant degree of movement that is probably unnecessary to some degree. We're going to go very slow with this because we know that parents appreciate having choices for their schools. We're not going to immediately eliminate programs and say this is no longer going to happen. But we are taking a deep look at students getting on buses, because the other thing that we've realized through Dr. Perez's work on chronic absenteeism is that our students that are on buses have a higher degree of chronic absenteeism than our regular population. And it stands to reason when you have a community that's sometimes transportation challenged, that in other communities, student misses the bus, you put them in the car, you take them to school. Sometimes in our community, not with all families, but with some families, student misses the bus, I don't have a car to put them in to take them to school, so they miss that day. So we're just taking a deep look at student movement, how we're enrolling kids, and everything associated with that to make sure that we're doing our best for our families and our kids, and also being efficient in our operations.
Madam President?
Yes, Mr. Tillman?
I think it's good to keep it in perspective. There are a number of districts that do not have any transportation for students. And I would argue it's probably the norm that they don't provide any transportation for any of their kids. So it really is a luxury that we offer the transportation. So we're having this debate, but it's kind of unusual because most districts don't do the type of busing that we do.
Or charge.
And the reason why we have done it historically is because initially we were under the court order for desegregation and integration, and we should get additional funding for busing. Then they rolled that funding into the regular local control funding formula. So we get, with that money we still get continuously, but there are a number of districts, and we don't have to spend it on busing. We choose to spend it on busing right now. So maybe we can look at other models where they don't use busing. And what do those sites do? What do those other districts do that do not provide transportation when they have to cap a student out? What happens there? Or do they cap?
I don't know what other districts do.
It'd be good to find out. That might be part of our solution.
So then the other considerations board are communications. We know that this issue affects our families, affects our staff members, affects everybody within the system. So we'll have a very, very comprehensive communications campaign. Good news is we have 2 years to help everybody adjust, right? It's really not going into effect until July 1st, 2022. And we now know that based on what I'm sensing is your direction is if we mitigate that cost for busing, we can get with our families early and say, let's help them make those changes. And like Latasha said earlier, we always know that you want to take care of our families in terms of childcare. You did it for the elementary level. We may need to reverse that at this point and have it later in the day or something like that. We'll always be sensitive to that. And then finally, that really comes to a safety issue of if students aren't supervised, they're in an unsafe situation. So we want to make sure that we maintain a high degree of safety as we're moving forward. That's the end of our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
team.
Board, is there any other additional clarifications? Dr. Flores?
Right now, I oppose the switching of elementary and secondary. Will we get more information? And I lobby our legislators.
Just as a point of clarification, before Legislative Action Day got canceled,
Right.
that was on our agenda to talk to legislators about, that this is an unfunded mandate, as clear as it gets, and the legislature has to do something with it. We don't know what the trailer bill is going to entail just yet, but we are hoping for some relief in terms of unfunded.
But just so I'm clear, the board's given direction to proceed with the initial proposal that he gave to us.
Thus far, I mean, I don't hear any other objections. I think we wanted some more additional clarification, whether it's, you know, your marching orders to look and see where can we tweak on that time, even if the
Right,
cost
I think
goes
that'd
up.
be the one caveat I was looking at, maybe push both times out further.
Right.
So you
And
said
let
you
us
might be
see.
able to do 8:40, which means that
Right.
the elementary schools wouldn't have to start till 7:30.
And that's
And we'll bring you, as we work toward implementation, we'll move that, hearing very clearly that you are concerned about young children being on the bus early. We'll absolutely take that into consideration.
With all due respect, I still oppose it.
Right, right, and we have that, and we're moving, you know, with some more clarification that will come, hopefully when things get back normal. We still want to talk to our legislators, which was, that, I know that did come up in the meeting, because I was there when that came up. We need to speak to them and continue to ask that question. And then lastly, even in the budget report, when we were talking about readjusting some of the programs, that's even part of it, to streamline, you know, programs that we no longer have existing at the schools with the use of the buses and things like that. So that's all incumbent of it. But thank you, Board. Is there anything else? If not, we'll go ahead. Thank you for your report. We appreciate you bearing with us and answering our questions. We certainly appreciate it. Another tough decision, but we'll get through it. Thank you for your hard work. 10.1, we are now at board member comments, and we will start with Ms. Rosales Medina.
I just wanted to make sure we, first of all, recognize all the staff that have worked. I know that that was something huge. It was mentioned earlier by CSCA. We have to make sure that we thank those that are staying back in order to support our children and in order to support our families. We are in a different situation compared to other school districts, and I think we're doing what's right and being mindful of our students and our families that do not have any other option out there, especially our younger kids. I'm glad that they were able to find a plan, so I do want to thank all of those that were involved, and Miss Rogers, I know that you were there as well, so thank you for doing that as well. Thank you.
Dr. Flores?
I also want to commend our cabinet, and our student superintendent, Wilkemer, for leading our staff and working at a very fast pace, and honorable and respectful and mindful. Everybody, it was important to do that. Teachers are classified. Everybody, our families. They're uncharted waters, but it just shifts like every hour. I mean, it's just, or every minute, I don't know. But it's just been tremendous, and just want you to know, greatly appreciate it. And also you, President Rogers.
Thank you.
As you took
Thank you.
my calls, my texts. I was so concerned. I was getting, my phone was on blast, and it was a lot. It was a lot, and I'm happy. I'm really, really, with all heartfelt thanks to all of you for what you did. Sure, there's things that we're going to have to do. Anyway, and also on a happy note, I went to our literacy campaign last Saturday after you and Dr. Hill went. President Rogers, and it was at Sanji. It was so incredible, Dr. Volker. It was, I don't know how many hundreds and hundreds of parents. It was fabulous.
It was great.
I can't even begin to tell you how great the feeling was to see so many parents, so many kids excited about reading and literacy, and teachers were there, and our kids got awards for reading, and it was just amazing. That's the energy that we want, and I want to thank Director of Elementary Ed Tasha Doisa for all her leadership and her team. It was a big team. I did go to their literacy task meetings that they had, and so it was just tremendous. Commend them and applaud them for all the work that they did. And secondly, Board, I'd like to tell you that I was just appointed by State Superintendent Thurman to the State Literacy Planning Committee. People applied, and I believe so.
It's your second year?
Yeah, it's my second year. So I'm really looking forward to it.
State
I'll be able to
literacy.
brag. I'll be able to
State
brag
literacy
about
committee.
what we did in our district. So, and believe me, I'm going to that are positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President, and congratulations to Dr. Flores for that appointment. Wow, just seems like a lot of emotion this evening, and I think just because there's so much going on in our city, our community, and our state, and wow, a lot of things to say. I do want to say thank you to our folks that are out there right now. I think Mr. Dishman did a great job of describing what's going on out there in our schools as services are still being provided to our students and our families. It was kind of interesting. Yesterday I was at work, and one of our administrators said, "Scott, your guys' buses are all over town still." And I said, "Really? I didn't know that." So, I dug a little bit and found out that our buses were delivering meals to students in their homes, our most severe students with disabilities. And tell you what, it gives me a lot of emotion and a tear in my eye to just know that our staff are providing such an amazing service and food, which we know is essential to many of our families, to our kids in our homes. And so thank you again to our staff that are doing that. And they are truly on the front lines. If they're out there and working with our families and going to homes, and we already know that there's human contact, there's risk involved, but we have to applaud them for doing that, as well as all our staff that are out there right now in our schools, and as well as our staff that are at home. I know our staff at our home are anxious as well, and it's not easy to be at home every day and to watch what's going around this world and in our community from a TV or your cell phone or your iPad creates a lot of anxiety as well. So, folks, just know we're here for you as a board. As you can see, we're here even tonight, which I think is very important as well with our executive cabinet and all the presentations that we saw this evening. So, didn't know if we were going to make comments tonight to Dr. Marsden. I think I will hold that because I believe we're still going to have another time. So, yeah, we'll have those words when we do. And thank you for your kind words this evening as well. I know you're greatly appreciated by everybody in this room and throughout our city, but I'll save this for another time. Madam President, I will leave on that note. Thank you very much.
Mr. Gallo?
Yes, ma'am. Let's see, I do want to thank Dale and Harold and the entire management team for, great communications. I mean, this has been, a really rough time. It's like Scott said, uncharted waters. And the communication level has been really well thought out, well planned, and well administered. Talked to Harold on Sunday and told me about the managers meeting that they had, and then 2 hours of question and answer from all of the anyone who wanted to call and ask and participate in that call. And I think after 2 hours, you got every question just about answered. And I saw instructions come out that were very, very well thought out, very succinct, and the questions kind of navigated through all of this stuff so that our people were as productive as they could be under these trying times. And I think it's great. So they're preparing lesson plans in case we don't come back after spring break. There's just a lot of planning going on and communications. I also did download the app. I think it's Ready SBC USD. Yeah, if you just Google that, or you can get it on the Play Store or on the Apple Store, and it's got a little like warning sign that you can click on, and you get all of the latest communications on that. So thank Linda for that. I'm sure she's been the one to kind of lead that effort and everything, and it's been very helpful. So it's been up to date. It's been with even the latest, governor's announcements and things like that have been posted on that. So, I just applaud the entire team for really showing what educated people can do. So, yeah, congratulations, guys, and thank you. You make us all look good. And, granted, I know there's still probably a bunch of questions and stuff that people may have. You've provided a number of feedback mechanisms that you can do, not only through the app, but on the website and through our normal channels of communication as well. So want to thank the team for that. Thank you.
Mr. Tillman?
Yes, I know a lot of people watching the meeting over the internet are wondering about all this information that's come out in terms of Governor Gavin Newsom saying that a lot of schools won't be back until won't reconvene before the summer. But I know Dr. Volkmer is going to suggest that we're going to meet again before our proposed date of coming back, and we'll reconsider then whether or not we're going to extend the time or not. The toughest thing about this is totally uncharted waters, so it's new to everybody, and we're all in this together. And I want to commend President Rogers for convening the emergency meeting last week. And in hindsight, I know there were some questions. I think we made the right decision by not having school this week. And, this truly is life or death. I was talking to Mr. Gallo earlier. I really think maybe at the next meeting we can bring in a professional epidemiologist, someone who has credentials and an expert, because they're looking at numbers, and those numbers dictate what our actions should be. And I think we should have the folks right in front of us, so we're not just speaking off the top of our heads about why we think we should take the action we're going to have to take. And I know they can tell by the existing numbers what the dire consequences may be if we don't pursue the right actions. And that is the death of a lot of people. So we are dealing with a life or death situation, and I think that should be our number one priority, is finding ways to make things, a bad situation, the best that it can be. And that's going to be all of us working together to make it happen. I have concerns and fears myself. At my job right now, some people are telecommuting. I see the parents struggling with home care, people over 65 being recommended to not come to work. And then they show you in France where a lot of people under 60 have died because of the virus. So we're going to have to make some tough decisions in the near future, but it's not going to be like anything we've ever done before. We've never done this before, right? So it'll be interesting to see where it goes, but I think we all work together, and I want to commend the unions, the employees, and Dr. Volkmer. After we had a meeting, I was getting emails and texts from people who had concerns and folks that would tell me to do stuff through prayer. And sometimes people don't wait for God to tell you what they praying for. They call you and tell you what they praying for.
That's true.
So in case God don't tell you, they're going to tell you. But but I will say that there was a lot of concern there. But after, I didn't know you guys had a marathon meeting, but after that meeting and you guys worked things out, then the folks that I heard from felt a lot more comfortable. And I think the one thing I can say about our district, in the end, it all comes back to being fair and what's best for the students what's best for the staff, but we all do it in a way where we know it makes sense. And that's what makes things so much better in this district. We have faith and confidence and respect and integrity. Without that, we wouldn't be able to solve the problems that we do because everyone would be suspect. And I think that's the reason why I push so hard to be as open and transparent to everyone so we can continue building on that trust and relationships that we have. So with that, I look forward to hearing what the proposed date is for our next meeting.
Perfect. Well, thank everyone for their comments, and again, you can't say thank you enough. And as I said, I've just experienced a portion of what you all do daily, and especially during crisis time when you step up and, everyone can't go into crisis mode. There has to be leaders. And I saw leaders all over the district, from this person to the next person to whether it's what the cafeteria workers were going to have to do, everyone willing to pull together, for our children. And then again, thinking about ourselves. And I think often throughout this week, we were always thinking about someone else outside of ourselves. And so I want to remind everyone that self-care is important. We do have to kind of dial back and make sure that we clear our heads. There were some times when we had to take some moments and not even respond on text messages or respond to email because it was just coming at record times. But we did a great job. Again, I think someone said earlier, it's teamwork and it's working together for the same common goal. And I believe we love this district, we're passionate about it, and we want to see things go well. As Dr. Flores said earlier, I think the most recent thing I can remember that was just a happy moment in time was the literacy event, and just knowing that all of those kids got books that day as well. And who would have thought, they might have read it by now 10 times over, but at least that was another token that was important, because that's what we're starting to see out in the social media. Let's go back to the things that we used to do before we were coming and going in our normal daily lives. Also, Dr. Volkemer, if you would make a note I know when we were doing the previous presentation on the late start, on the CIF, I think we made some speculations what they may be doing. I don't know if they've been brought to the table to talk or engage, but that would be another thing to add to the conversation. What's their flexibility and what they're willing to do? And then lastly, Dr. Marsden, I know that this is your last night, and I know my entire career as a board person have been sitting somewhere on the dais with you for a number of years, and I just want to say to you, I appreciate what you have done for this district. I've said it throughout since that December month that seemed like it was so far away when you said that you would be moving on to greener, different pastures. I didn't know you were going to leave during Corona, though. But thank you for what you and your family, have done and planted into this district. It will not be forgotten. It will continue on. We will know that there was a point in time when we all did this together, and we arrived on good ground every time. No matter how hard, no matter how difficult the times were, we still ultimately land on, we all have opinions, but what is best for this district? And you have done that, and I appreciate that. I certainly appreciate your work and sitting here next to you within 6 feet right now. But I do appreciate that, and I give much respect to your wife, who has stood there with you in many events that we have went to, and she was there, and we know she served in a different capacity, and our kids were also in school together during a period of time. And as you were stating the ages, I started to think, wow, I got some 2 digits as well that are 21 and now 23, and they were at Cajon as well. So I appreciate it, and I will continue to pray for you and your family that whatever direction you are going in, we will see you and connecting in education and making it better.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Flores.
I was waiting until she started, Dr. Marsden, so that we all take our turns to thank you. Well, I was with you from the very beginning. I was president of the board. Mike was the vice president of the board, and had to negotiate your contract. I think we did a good job. But there are many significant milestones that, in your leadership. And one of them was when we did, when you stated, you know, we can focus our energy on bickering among each other or, you know, working together. And when you organized for us to do protocols about what I see, hear, feel, and do. What do I want to see? What do I want to hear? What I want to do versus what don't I want to see, hear, and do? That was a big milestone for us because our community needs to know that if you don't have leaders that can talk with each other and respect each other, and we decided to respectfully disagree, to agree to disagree. And I think that was one of the most significant protocols. And also to respect each other, even if we had different perspectives. And when I talk to other boards up and down the state, you know, they don't have those protocols. So they're always bickering. And even though we would have differing perspectives, all of us agree, all of us respect each other. At the end of the day, we take the vote. We don't take it personally. Sometimes maybe we did, I don't know. But we came back and still worked together. So that was one of the milestones. Other milestone was when we did our strategic plan. We did it before you came, but you took the lead to begin to include all the stakeholders. And you know, you have to have a vision. You have to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, things don't get done. And then, you know, it's like Yoda said, don't try, you do. You have to do. And you took the ship, a big ship, and began to move it, you know, where we had to go. That was the second milestone. Worked really hard. Third milestone was in terms of, you know, beginning to learn about our community. We live in our community, and you and your family became members of our community. You learned, you know, sometimes by fire, in terms of how our, you know, Latino parents work, how our African American parents work, how all our parents work. And it's not easy because we are a very diverse, very low SES. But what we have is heart. We have a heart, and we have courage. We have, you know, courage to act, courage to move the dial, like you say. And I think we've done that, and greatly appreciate it. I appreciate that when I was angry at you, you would still talk to me. And that meant a lot. And I knew you would be angry at me too, but I don't know how you held your resolve, but you did. But
Takes a lot of patience for all of us, Barbara.
So I appreciate you very much, and I wish you the best and your family the best.
Thank you, thank you.
In the future.
Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. He's not mad at you anymore. Is there any other comments?
I do. I just want to say that I've learned so much from your leadership, Dr. Marsden. And I'm glad that Dr. Flores mentioned that you know, we don't always necessarily see eye to eye on certain things, but at the same time, it's all doing it with respect. And I think that's one thing I learned from you. It doesn't matter how we may be acting, you still held your composure. And you taught me of how to handle certain situations that may be tough, and you may not necessarily agree, but you were able to do all of that. And the fact that you're able to help our district rise to the levels that it wasn't before, setting that high expectation, because that was the frustration of myself as a parent, is that we would hear the district had high expectations, but it wasn't the high expectations that I've seen in other school districts. And so I think you set that standard high. And one thing that I've always remembered when you said it, I've been using it since, is that do as the rich people do, and send your kids to college. Now, of course, not everyone's going to go to college, but at the same time, you want to prepare all of our students for that high expectation that if they choose to, they are well prepared to go. So I really do appreciate your leadership, and I know that you're going to be successful in everything that you'll be doing. And the fact that you have a wonderful family, a supportive wife, and children, many blessings to you and your whole family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Board. Right. Okay, we will move to 10.2, Superintendent and Staff.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for your very kind comments. It's appreciated. And just one thing, want to mention a few things here, I guess. One, want to compliment our staff. I've often said we'll deal with these, we call them VUCA experiences: volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. VUCA and our staff has done a tremendous job. And thanks to Dr. Volkermer's leadership and his tenacity, we were exceptionally well prepared and poised to meet the volatile, the uncertain, the complex, the ambiguous, and I have every confidence still are. His leadership has just been fascinating and fantastic to watch. Such a encouragement to me as I make the transition, knowing that our district is in very good hands with your board leadership, combined with this cabinet. Have every confidence that continued good things will come ahead, even during these unprecedented times. Wanted to share that last Thursday, we actually were probably the last group to visit the State Board of Ed and the state capitol, but we made it. We took our student board members at a time when it was a real challenge. We did a lot of elbow bumping, but we were able to meet with a lot of key people. Spoke before the State Board of Ed with Linda Darling Hammond and several others, and Anessa Castro, Kyla Duhart, and Eric Morales joined me. And the students did discuss the late start and put in front of the several legislators that it was an unfunded mandate, and they were very conscious, and even more conscious of that now since we shared that with them. They talked about they were grateful with LCFF and the opportunities it provided for students. Several of the students had a chance to tour some of our sites and see our pathways, elementary, middle to high school, and so they were able to share that experience. And then an interesting a topic that will interest all of you that came up organically among them was around mental health and really pushing the needs for that mental health support for our students. That's a topic that's come up in the student advisory that you'll see before you hopefully you'll see before you in the board meeting as you might fund some opportunities for our students. Secondly, I do want to also compliment the education services team under Dr. Mitchell's leadership. Very successful literacy day last weekend. Welcomed over 1,400 students, so that's a pretty big number. And some student recognitions. Congratulations to our District Cadet Corps teams that took top honors in the annual brigade drill competition held at Cajon High in February. The winners in the senior division, various categories, were Cajon High with 4 first place wins, San Gorgonio High with 3 first place wins. The junior division winners were, no surprise here, Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy with 6 first place wins, and Curtis Middle School with 1 first place win. Congratulations to Royal Valley High School teacher Keith Brocky, whose students created an animatronic airship for the Loma Linda University Children's Hospital Foundation Gala in February. The foundation commissioned the sculpture, which was created by students in the Royal Valley High Innovation Hub. The hub welcomes commissioned work to help expand students' artistic expertise while building lasting partnerships. And then finally, just wanted to congratulate our own Dr. Keenan Mitchell, Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, for being honored by the California Association of African American Superintendents and Administrators for making a positive contribution to the lives of students. Dr. Mitchell was recognized at a special awards ceremony in Sacramento. Please join me in congratulating him. So congratulations.
Congratulations.
Mitchell, yeah. Those are my comments. Good job. Thank you. Oh, and lastly, I didn't want to neglect this. I have my receipt here and my confirmation number for completing the 2020 census questionnaire. So make sure you do the same. I want to make sure everyone in our community does this. It literally took me 10 minutes to finish the whole thing for my entire family. And this is, as you know, how our community gets its resources to ensure that we can sustain what's ahead. So please do take it seriously, and let's get that word out and be examples.
Thank you for that. Okay. We are now, that's all the comments. All right, consent items. We have, I know there's a number of them that were pulled. Were there any others that needed to be pulled from the board? No?
So moved on the
Second.
ones that,
I'll second.
Okay. It's been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? If not, let's vote. Uh-oh, came up again. All right. You want us to do it again? Okay, check your screens. We need to vote again. We need to vote again.
yes.
All right, thank you. Motion carried. Item 12.1, Personnel Report Number 15 dated March 17, 2020. Welcome again.
Thank you. As presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? If not, let's vote.
I was afraid to say anything else.
Madam President, did we have any items from consent that were, they were pulled and not voted, or did we? Okay.
We
No,
pulled it.
staff eliminated those
Oh,
items
I see.
altogether.
I
yeah.
got it.
All of them were listed.
Okay, got it.
Okay, motion carried. Thank you. 12.2, approval of the second period interim financial report as of January 31st, 2020.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? If not, let's vote. Okay, motion carried. Item 12.3, resolution approving increase in statutory school fees imposed on residential and commercial industrial construction. That's where I need a motion.
So moved.
Been moved and properly second. If there is no discussion.
I do.
Yeah, I might have discussion
Discussion?
too.
Who do you want to do first? I'll go ahead and start since I'm speaking. So my question is that I see that it's for new commercial, residential and commercial construction. And then I want to go to where it says new commercial industrial construction with by category. What do you mean by that? Who would I refer this to?
Is
So
it
this-
down in the bottom, Ms.
It is,
Medina?
it is part of the language. Let me look at the.
Okay.
So we use the rates that are set by the state. We have a justification report, and we do this every year. And this is the rate that we can charge for new development. We can charge more, but we charge what's recommended by the SAB.
I was just wondering if that was certain commercial or industrial with regarding, there's exception to certain ones, no, but this is every single commercial industrial? Are there exceptions?
You know, I would have to ask Mr. Pace, he's not here this evening. Most of the time, it's any new development, and there might, I don't know that there's any exceptions, but I can find out from him.
And is there any way to look at prior? Because I know currently, right now, we have several in commercial and industrial businesses that are there right now that don't necessarily pay the fair amount that they should be paying. So is that
This is
something
only
that we
doing
just-
For new construction.
Only for
New
new,
con-
but that's what I'm wondering, if it's, since it's only new construction, why did we omit the current then?
That's the state law.
You can't charge taxes on the ones that are currently?
They
So-
pay taxes, but this item is just for new
This
construction.
is just for developer fees, so Tom just texted me that, no, there's no exceptions. That we don't, leave any out.
But no, so then
when-
I'm misunderstanding then. So then we're asking, because with bonds, typically we've had bonds where, or am I confused? Is this not for funding to help with our, well, we had planned that we weren't necessarily meeting, this was going to help with that?
No, this is different. So this is when you build a new house or there's a new commercial building, the city charges fees, the school charges fees, and this helps offset some of the costs that you may have to add additional classrooms to a school, or it may be a new development where you have to build a school, and these are just fees that we collect to help offset those costs.
Well, this is separate from the other conversation we had last,
the
was it
bond.
last? Yes, regarding
Yes,
that. So
that's
this is
correct.
completely
It's
separate, okay.
yes.
And Pacuma would be a good example.
Right.
Okay, and so then my concern would be on the residential. Currently, they actually pay a lot of taxes already to begin with. My leaning would be just to address with the commercial, not necessarily residential.
So Tom did text me that there's an exception for senior housing, but not for commercial. So this is a fee that we charge all the time, and it just went up a very small amount for this year.
And remember, if someone comes in and builds a housing development with 400 houses, if you say you're not going to charge to build houses, then how are you going to pay to build a school?
Or aren't they paying taxes to begin with? I mean, don't we charge
That's
them?
what these specific fees are for.
But don't,
These fees for developers?
These are developer fees, so
These are
when a new
developers.
development comes in, we get
Okay.
a portion, there's a cost that they pay to the school district to help offset the cost of the development. I'm sorry, I didn't
thank you for the
explain that well,
clarification.
I'm
No, no,
sorry.
thank you for the clarification. I wasn't aware of that. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah. Have we, what the BIA have to say? Are they in sync?
So I didn't, I asked Tom the other day, and he didn't hear any.
Okay, so I'd imagine.
I can
That's
tell you,
a small
BIA
increase.
always wants no fees.
Well, yeah, but no, they understand some of the fees. And look, when I look at this in San Bernardino, I mean, remember, we're competing against everybody out there for developer fees, right? The higher your fees, the less likely your community is going to be attracting those kinds of developments and investments to your community. And, San Bernardino needs these developments. So I think minimizing the fees that it costs a developer to consider this as a viable place to do business in is just prudent. So, thank you.
Okay. All right.
So then,
Ms. Rosales?
just to piggyback on what you just said, Mr. Gallo, so when you mentioned basically so they can be lower, so they can come to our communities, do our residences pay that extra? Are they?
Yeah, these are not homeowners that pay this. These are the developers. These are the people, ultimately, I suppose.
the
it's
end,
built-
I'm wondering
It's built
if-
into the price of the home.
Right.
So ultimately, I guess a homeowner, a purchaser pays these fees ultimately because
That's
they
what I was leaning
roll
towards.
downhill. But if you can minimize these fees, I think it attracts the type of investments that we want to see in our community to provide more available housing. So, yeah, so it's, and keeping the fees as low as possible, I think is a great idea. So that's why I'm in favor of this.
And currently, right now, it is at what percent? I believe.
It's at the level 1 fee, and so that's what Tom just texted me. So he said that they made a comment that they appreciated that we were staying at level 1.
Great.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Okay, let's vote. Motion carried. Thank you. 12.4. Was that one of the poll? Oh, the poll, okay. I missed that one. 12.5, was that one pulled? No? A resolution of request for allowance of attendance of emergency conditions, San Gregorio High School.
Second.
Okay, so
Second.
Dr. Okay. It's been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? If not, let's vote. It was Dr. Wyatt and then Dr. Flores. Mr. Tillman? Yes, did you vote? Okay. Motion carried, thank you. 12.6, resolution of request for allowance of attendance of emergency conditions, Hillside Elementary and North Park Elementary.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? If not, let's vote. Motion carried, thank you. 12.7, board ongoing initiatives and reports.
So move.
Been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? Let's vote. Motion carried. Item 12.8, board top 10.
Just in case Dr. Volkmer has forgotten this, where's he going to chime in about the next meeting?
In his summary of, summary?
Next board meeting,
Yes.
whenever you'd like me to do it.
Because he does the summary.
Is it going to be in the summary? I
That's
thought the
where-
summary was just stuff that we brought up.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
And then he can make a comment
Okay,
as
thank
well.
you.
Up, move.
Okay,
Second,
moved and second, that was, did you get that, Karen? Okay.
12.8. Yep.
12.8.
Board top 10.
Thank you. Let's vote. Oh, it was, okay. All right. I didn't have that one written, so, okay, motion carried. I need to move back to 12.4, that one was not pulled. Resolution approving the charter renewal for the Powell Academy.
so moved.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? Let's vote. Who are you missing? Oh, motion carried. Thank you. Now we're back at 12.9, board follow-up.
So moved.
Been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? If not, let's vote. Motion carried. Item 12.10, future agenda items.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? If not, let's vote. Motion carried. Thank you. Item 13.1, this is our review of board requests. And then Dr. Volkemer, we would also like you to give an update in reference to what our anticipation of our next board meeting, as well as any additional clarification on the virus and what we're doing.
Great. Thank you, President Rogers. Board, we have these are the follow-ups from this meeting. Number one is examine the amount of LCAP funding that has been attributed to school police. Number two, provide information as to where the $1.6 million in LCAP funds that are allocated toward Latino achievement being used. Number three, have our attorneys look at the report that was shared by Dr. Flores. Number four, agendize the analysis of that same report. Next is bring in an epidemiologist or some type of expert to share frontline information about coronavirus. Next is engage with CIF in regard to the late start and what flexibility they might grant districts as we move forward toward the implementation of the Late Start Initiative. And then board, we would ask that you consider having a special board meeting either on March 31st or April 1st to provide further direction in terms of bringing schools back on April 6th or having them remain closed.
Do you need a motion for that meeting?
But I also want to make sure that we're addressing the virtual, since now that, from my understanding, the Governor Newsom just requested that to eliminate all gatherings. So how would that be? If we try
And
to
so-
gather, that it would be virtual.
Correct. And if you want to chime in on where we are with
Sure.
trying to get prepared for that.
So board, Mrs. Christakos' team through IT, et cetera, is working very hard to look at the flexibility that was granted by an executive order by Governor Newsom that gives some flexibility to the Brown Act in terms of how you have a board meeting without actually meeting physically. And so we're looking at that. We've given ourselves a deadline of the April 7th board meeting. We're going to try to achieve that by the March, whatever you decide, March 31st or April 1st board meeting, so that we can have that virtually. The trick is, it's not hard to have a meeting with people. It's the trickier part is to have the public be able to somehow interact with the board as is required by the Brown Act. So we're working through those procedures and trying to figure out, even to the point of how do they have access, and then if you go into closed session, they don't have access for a while, and then they resume access. So,
Can I just suggest that if we can't do it, then we just won't do it. I mean, to do something brand new is not as easy as just saying you're going to do it, and it's never been tested before. So rather than, unless you guys can create a system that's tested and you feel real confident that's going to work, then we shouldn't do it. The worst thing to do is to have a meeting and we're in different buildings, and I can't see much. I don't have to see Mike, but other people might.
And believe me, it goes both ways, Danny.
But people are going to see the individuals in the meeting, and then to get input from the public, I don't know how it's going to work. But to design a new system is not easy.
But I imagine, I've done several teleconferencing, and there's several methods. As long as we're looking at a program, there must be one, because I know even the legislators are currently now doing, I just got a message from Assemblymember Eloise, they are not necessarily meeting anymore. They're doing various types of styles of meetings. So how are they able to go by it? How are other maybe innovative, maybe other states that are doing it that we haven't seen?
So you're saying when the assembly votes, they don't go into session?
No, I'm not sure how that works, but she
know
did
they
say
do.
that it's flexible. It's flexible on how they're meeting.
I
so.
know meetings are flexible. My only point is that I know how complex. Listen, when I manage IT at the county, just to do video conferencing in one room, I usually have to have 2 techs there because from day to day it changes. So to suggest that you're going to get 11 people to have their own technology and a camera and all set up within 2 weeks so that it works without a flaw, I don't see it happening. But if you say you can do it, hey, I'm all for it. I just don't, and I would commit, where's Mike at? Is Mike still here? The tech guy. I would commend them to be able to do it, but maybe there's some tool that does it. And it's going to incorporate your voting. You're talking about a whole lot. We can't even get the voting done here. While we're in the same room.
Well, we can do verbal, we can raise our hands. I mean, there's ways as long as we're able to count who's voting.
My only point is, if you can make it happen, great. But I wouldn't give the false expectation that it's something simple and doable. And if Assemblywoman Eloise knows of some expert that does it, and she can call us
I'll find out.
and show us where they do it at. I've never seen it done before.
Well, and is there some ban of all meetings, like for anything and everything, or what?
Well, when we get home, we'll see the new updates, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean,
Dr. Flores.
pretty soon it will be banned from
I just want to
breathing.
clarify, Dr. Volkmer, it wasn't the specific budget for Latino, it was the LCAP budget.
The $1.6 million for EL.
1.6 million, yes.
Thank you.
Point of clarification.
Thank you.
And just to, again, I agree with Mr. Tillman. If we do have it up, which is ideal to have it up, because we do have board members that are past this, their threshold for the 65 and older, which is at a higher risk. We have to be mindful of that. But then again, we cannot just exclude them because they're not able to come to be part of the process and having their voice. That's what they're elected to do, is to be part of that as well. So we can, that's why I'm urging that if we try to find something, and there has to be something out there that we can maneuver it with it and then still get public comments or finding a way how to do that. If it can't, then I do agree, then we're going to have to push it back.
All right, I think, Dr. Volkmer, was there any more input?
I just want to reassure the board, the team has been working extremely hard, not just on preparing for this week. And as you witnessed this evening with everybody looking on their phones, it's changing minute by minute. It seems like every hour on the hour, there's a new restriction. It's this many people, now it's this many people. Now you can't see another human being in front of you ever again. And so we keep tabs on that all the time. We're involved in webinars, conference calls. And we have, as I put in the board correspondence to you, we're viewing this issue through a near-term and a long-term lens, both near-term and long-term lenses. We had a discussion this afternoon about not coming back to school this year, which is consistent with what some of the messaging is. We have a meeting tomorrow with we're just calling it our quick response team, which is our broader team that was working on the original areas of the executive order. We'll start looking at, okay, what does this mean beyond 2 weeks? Beyond 2 weeks. We have spring break and then 2 weeks of packets, and then what after that, and what is the next phase after that? So we're very much in tune. We want to assure the board we're very much in tune with that. We don't have it all figured out. I'd love to say we have it all figured out, but this is brand new for everyone. So it's exciting to a certain degree, challenging certainly, but we're going to be working hard at it.
Thank you. So board, and Dr. Volkmer, are we looking at the 31st? Is that better? I mean, is that okay? Because that's what we're looking at for our emergency or however it's going to be. Because we threw out 2 dates, so I just want to
I just enough to give us a couple days before the weekends to be able to prepare for coming the post-spring break.
Okay.
March 31st. I'll just recommend March 31st if that works for you.
Okay, so 31st board, that's the date. And
Are we voting so I can say so moved, or what are we doing? Consensus, okay, I support that.
Okay, so everyone is supporting that. Okay, great. So community, so you know, the 31st, we'll be looking at that date. And if there's any changes, we will of course let you know. All right, if there are no other comments, item 14.1, meeting adjourned.
So moved.
Moved. Second.
All in favor, get up out of
Aye.
your chair. No, aye.